Ezio Auditor. Brave of you to stand alone against me, but also quite foolish. Assassin.
Get the Deadly Harlequin multiplayer character only when you pre-order at GameStop. Product not yet rated.
Through the years, I have watched the city of Rome. I have studied, trained, and killed within its walls. And in time, I have tamed it, shaped it. Nowhere in this city have I met a man equal to myself. A soul willing to kill in the name of destiny. Capable enough to claim what is rightfully his. Cunning enough to stare death in the eye. And charismatic enough to raise an unstoppable army to conquer all of Italia.
What are you going to do?
Make some friends.
If I want to live, I live. If I want to take, I take.
You are the leader of the assassins now. Unite them, Ezio Auditore, and take back Roma.
If I ever did meet such a man. If that man entered my city, I know exactly how I would welcome him.
I have burned my tomorrows, and I stand inside today at the edge of the future, and my dreams all fade away. And burn my shadow away. And burn my shadow away.
thought my work was done. I was wrong.
News of the Villa attack has spread across the city. We were certain that you were dead. What do you intend to do?
Once more, I must venture into the fray. By recruiting enemies of the state, we arm those who have been disarmed by the Borgia.
You are the leader of the assassins now. Unite them, Ezio Auditore, and take back Roma.
The greed, the corruption, the tyranny my enemies have spread will burn to the ground. From the ashes of vengeance, a new Rome will rise. Leonardo!
It is good to see you, friend. I have constructed war machines. They are very well designed, Ezio.
We here dedicate our lives to protecting the freedom of humanity. Now, I offer the choice to you.
Go kill them, Mentore. Finish what you started.
If I want to take, I take. If I want you to die, you die!
Alright, welcome back guys to the start of our Assassin's Creed Brotherhood stream and Stealth and All Mission Objectives challenge. We're gonna continue with our annual Ubisoft Montreal run and play the next game developed by the team. That's of course Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, including all the DLC content as well. And yeah, the tricky part here is gonna be that we of course combine the objectives part, which now comes into play during every kind of like major mission, with kind of like the stealth challenge that we've set for ourselves. So yeah, it's gonna make the challenge even trickier than it has been in the first two games, but I'm quite excited for it, because it's definitely a game that kind of like wants you to complete the objectives and embrace that kind of like challenge. But yeah, I'm already noticing there's some glitches with the game, which can happen on the first time, starting both this AC2 and Revelations. So I will actually have to restart the game real quick. Let me check that out real quick here. Might also have to delete a file in the game folder. Let's see. I think we're good. Okay, we also just do the affinity fix, which you have to do with all of the Ezio Trilogy games essentially. And then hopefully we won't have any glitches. Okay. Seems to be good.
Tight, yeah!
Hello? Is this the meeting for the weird people? No? Oh, I see, this is the club for awesome people. I guess I could also stay here and enjoy the show.
See, that's where you're wrong, Denimora. This is the place for the weird people. But for the awesome weird people. How's it going? Thank you for joining. And for that resub too there. Yeah, we're just getting started with some AC Brotherhood today. Indeed, that's a lot of months. Okay, let me just go ahead and check the options here. Okay. That's very true, yeah. That would be a lot more many months. Well, good then that I'm not streaming for that long of a time already. Okay, let's go ahead and create a save file here.
I don't think anyone ever expects to wake up one morning and find themselves caught in the middle of a war between two secret organizations. I know I didn't. But here I am. On one side are the Templars, better known these days as Abstergo Industries. They're in the business of control. Politics, economics, technology. They won't stop until every single one of us serves them. Literally. Fighting against them are the Assassins, a group dedicated to safeguarding humanity's free will. I was born into the Brotherhood. A couple of weeks ago, the Templars found me. They took me prisoner, strapped me into a machine they built and put me to work. It's called an Animus, and it's where I spent most of my time. Exploring the memories of my ancestors, discovering entire lives locked deep inside my DNA. First, I revisited the life of Altair ibn La'ahad, an assassin from the Crusades. The Templars wanted the location of something known as a Piece of Eden, an ancient artifact capable of bending people to their will. Once the Templars had what they were looking for, they decided my usefulness had come to an end. But Lucy saved me. Lucy. When things were at their worst, she revealed herself to be an assassin and helped me escape. I was hoping that would be the end of my misadventures. But we were just getting started. Back into another Animus I went. Now, I'm reliving the memories of Ezio Auditore da Firenze, my ancestor from the Renaissance, searching for a path forward. Through the bleeding effect, I'm becoming an assassin in more than just name. It will come in handy as the Templars prepare to enslave us all. They found us. They've crashed our hideout and we're fleeing the scene looking for a place to hide. Only there isn't any, and time is running short. My name is Desmond Miles, and this is my story.
How did you find me?
Mario Auditore, let me hear.
Rebecca, what's going on?
I have to run some diagnostics. I'll get back to you.
Desmond, I don't understand. Please, wait. I have so many questions.
Il Vaticano, December 1499. Ezio Auditore. Well, this experience has been quite the education. Although there's nothing in the history books following Ezio's disappearance from Florence as a teenager after the execution of his father and brothers, we now know that he fled with his mother Maria and sister Claudia to his uncle Mario's Tuscan villa. Trained there as an assassin, he prepared to hunt down the Templars, the men behind the execution, and hunt them he did, killing them one by one until he reached their leader, Rodrigo Borgia. With the help of his uncle and the other assassins, he discovered Rodrigo's plan to open an ancient vault beneath the Vatican, supposedly leading to God himself. Ezio defeated Rodrigo, entered the vault alone, and communed with a projection of Minerva, a member of an ancient race that existed before humans. This all sounds very far-fetched when I write it out like that, now doesn't it? Fortunately, we have the enemy's records to prove it, so we didn't dream it or anything, unless we're all in a dream right now. Well, maybe we are, Sean. Maybe we are. I guess we're not in a dream, but we're in a simulation. And that is, of course, the game.
Better in the hands of the earth than in the hands of man.
Uncle.
What can I say? We sent a single man against an entire army. I was worried. Quick, climb up. We have to get out of here.
Classic parkour tutorials at the beginning. Gotta get the player familiar with the mechanics here. I'm actually gonna disable the weapon wheel there, we don't actually need that. And I might also disable the health bar. Because we see on the minimap if there's like any notoriety I have to get rid of. Just make the screen a bit cleaner, you know. That's better.
You would not believe the things I have seen, Mario.
Then be sure to stay alive that I might hear of them.
I expect opposition.
And I expect the Borgia to mourn the loss of many lives tonight.
Mario Auditore. One of several important condottieri patrolling the Tuscan countryside, Mario Auditore was a born leader. He began his military career as a 6-year-old when he played a significant role in the Florentine and Milanese conflict at the Battle of Anghiari. While on an expedition to Monteriggioni with his father, he alerted the Florentine general Micheletto Antondolo to the appearance of several dust clouds over the road, which signaled a surprise advance by Milanese troops. Thanks to Mario, the Milanese attack was fought and the Florentines won the battle. Although Mario started with Florence during Anghiari, for most of his career he defended the interests of his hometown Monteriggioni, derailing Florentine attempts to seize Tuscan territory. While Mario's younger brother Giovanni moved to Florence in 1454 to pursue a career in banking, Mario stayed at the family's villa in Monteriggioni, stating in a letter to Giovanni that he preferred fighting like a man to filling out balance sheets. After Giovanni's death, Mario brought Ezio, Claudia and Maria to the family villa and taught Ezio about the conflict between the Assassins and the Templars. Ever since, Ezio and his uncle have been inseparable. Hey there, White Monk. Welcome in. Yeah, Brotherhood is great. I really love the gameplay and how they advance on like certain things that were like already really good in AC2. Like the renovation system, you know, creating like the Brotherhood, have like more dedicated, geared kind of like missions and challenges. And I do like the increased like challenge with also like optional objectives and all of that. Kind of like trying to reach full synchronization. I think Rome is also a really cool city.
Che cosa fate qui? Assassini! God will see you pay for your crimes! You have desecrated the sanctity of this holy place!
You condemn what you do not understand.
We must go, Ezio, now! This is the voice of the devil! Turn away from them! Did Rodrigo manage to hurt you?
Barely. My armor blunted his attack.
So there's gonna be some force combat scenarios here in this mission. It won't count towards the stealth challenge.
Be ready to fight.
What are you doing?
Saving you from the look.
Not bad for an old man.
Agreed. You still have some skill.
Buona questa.
Excellent. Good one. Impressive.
Crazy how good the graphics look, you know. What looks quite similar, the graphical jump is actually quite substantial. Can you go, please? I like how this is very similar to the opening to AC2, you know. Ezio climbing on a tower with a family member before deciding how to advance.
This decision is yours alone to make. Only do so quickly. Give it to me. You can do with it as you will later.
Bene.
Jump!
Monteriggioni, January 1500.
And then Minerva talked about the sun. She told of a disaster that occurred long ago, and another that is coming.
Sometime far in the future, Vero. Then we need not worry about it.
See. Perhaps our work is finished.
Would that be so bad?
Yeah, the music is so good. But yeah, that's kind of like title review. Reminds me always of AC2 quite a bit. And I guess it also stands definitely in reference to that moment.
Oh.
Come back to beautiful Monteriggioni.
We upgraded the arsenal while you were away.
Ah, and it is now customary for you to fire cannonballs at visitors.
My apologies. We only installed them a few days ago. My men are still being trained in their use.
That's comforting. I thought they were so good, you know, they like missed on purpose. But I guess they just failed.
Aspetta. Oh, aspetta.
Welcome back, Ezio.
Ezio!
Look, it is Ezio. Let me see.
Buongiorno.
Salve, Mario!
It's good to be home.
Two of them.
Felice anno nuovo.
Happy New Year.
This place just keeps getting better.
Thanks to you.
Brother!
Claudia. It is good to be home. How is Mother?
She's fine. I heard you were returning, but I'm glad to see it with my own eyes. The Contessa of Forli is here to welcome you. I had no idea you were so famous.
Caterina? Here?
Is it finished then? Is the Spaniard truly dead?
Gather the others in Mario's study tonight. I'll explain everything there.
Steel yourself, Ezio. They will have many questions.
Claudia, tell the Contessa I look forward to seeing her this evening.
Claudia Auditore. The third child of Giovanni and Maria Auditore, the first girl in the family, Claudia lived a privileged childhood in Florence high society. After the murder of Giovanni and her two brothers, all that changed. Claudia, Ezio and Maria fled to Monteriggioni and the safety of her uncle Mario's villa. Claudia remained in the villa, caring for her nearly comatose mother, while Ezio set off to avenge the murders. A record book recovered by archaeologists reveals their relatively unexciting existence. Between months spent managing the villa's finances, Brief periods of activity were supplied by Ezio's visits, and renovations she was able to carry out with the money brought back from his travels. Under her care, the town blossomed, ushering in a new era of prosperity for Monteriggioni. Claudia, however, remained cut off from the world she loved. To hear of Ezio's adventures only reminds me of my own lack thereof. This isn't the life I dreamed of as a child. Ezio doesn't understand. He treats me so delicately, I despair of ever emerging from this prison, she writes in one particularly poignant letter, dated July 1495. That's definitely understandable. You know, that she really wants to kind of like see more of the world than, you know, obviously just having to stay in the same place. And, you know, taking over the role as like safekeeper of Monteriggioni, you know, and overseer. Yeah, the Codex in AC2 was a great addition to the game. And really good way to kind of like bridge AC1 with AC2. Altair's and Ezio's story. Okay, so we have a bit of a choice here as to what we want to do. I'm gonna start with a cannon. Mercenaries were highly mobile in Renaissance Italy, moving from one contract to another. Professional captains called condottieri, usually paid for by cities, recruited men for a fixed amount of time. Many of the for-hire soldiers who served in Italy weren't even Italian, coming from places like Germany, Switzerland, and Hungary. In their perpetual struggle to dominate Italy, Italian states hired mercenaries to wage war against their Italian neighbors, and the soldiers, many of whom had no code of honor, would often rape and sack freely. When the state that was bankrolling them ran out of money, the soldiers would disband, frequently to be hired to destroy the very city they had just fought to defend. Some mercenaries were honorable, fighting for a cause they believed in, but men such as these were few and far between. Where they existed, however, they were much sought after. Hey there, Afro. Welcome in. Indeed. Yeah, just at the very start of the game here. And super excited to make my way to Rome and really like build up, you know, the Brotherhood and everything.
So, these are the new cannons?
Yes, Signor Ezio.
May I try one?
Yes, but... Go on, tell him. We cannot seem to make them work properly, and the fool who mounted them is nowhere to be found.
Then it is up to me to find him.
We do not want to waste your time.
It is not any trouble. I have all the time in the world now. Salve, Messere. We need you to fix the cannons on the battlements.
Leave me be. I do not begin repairs before noon.
Do you know what time it is?
I make cannons, not clocks.
If you are busy, someone else will fix them.
Uno momento. No one else will touch my cannons. Soldiers have no respect for artillery. They expect a gun to work like magic. You need to feel her out. Give her a little encouragement. We are only equipped with simple cannons now, but I got hold of a design from France, a hand cannon. Something called a wrought iron murderer. Imagine firing a cannon from your hands. That is the future.
And it's just like, dude.
What have you done? We used them. They were not ready for firing. You could have gotten us all killed. Let me see.
His breath is more fatal than our cannons.
Only when you two fools are shooting them. There, try it. Aim at something to test the alignment. Someone here knows how to shoot. Now, for the other one.
I must go.
Thanks for your help. If you hear the cannons tomorrow, do not worry. We will be practicing at dawn.
Too bad it will not do you any good.
Very funny. Now fix the second cannon.
I like how that's a bit foreshadowing, you know, Ezio's reaction later. Because when he hears like a cannon shot, you know, he's just thinking they're doing training. Even though they're just starting to defend Monteriggioni from a Borgia attack, really. And then shortly afterwards, you know, a cannon comes flying into his room. So, yeah. Kind of like adds that surprise, you know.
Buongiorno.
Ezio, Mario is going to murder me. I have lost his favorite horse.
Do not despair. I will bring it back.
God bless you, Ezio.
Here.
Grazie, Ezio. I can no longer keep up with the horses. Promise me you will enjoy your good health. Do not spend as much time in battle as your Uncle Mario.
My battles have already been won.
That is good news. Arrivederci, Ezio.
Yeah, you can definitely expect lots of spoilers in this playthrough.
The men in this town are no better than little girls. An army should be helping me. And look, no one.
Need some help.
Salve.
So many flowers. Your husband must be very lucky.
I am the lucky one. I have you here to aid me.
Let me see what I can do.
Back there, I may have given you the wrong impression.
Oh?
I have no husband. The flowers are for a party.
Am I invited?
To Claudia Auditori's birthday party in the villa. If you are willing to help me again, I need someone with class to accompany me.
What makes you think I have class?
I could tell the moment I saw you. No one in this town walks with such bearing. I'm certain Ezio Auditori himself would be impressed.
Oh? What do you know of Ezio?
Claudia thinks the world of him, but he rarely visits her. From what I gather, he's distant.
She is right. I have been.
Oh no. You? The party was intended to be a surprise. Promise you will not tell Claudia.
What will you do to keep me quiet?
I am sure I can think of several things.
I'll be waiting to hear them when we get there. Now about earning my silence.
I have something in mind. There is one condition.
Anything.
You must wait until tomorrow.
If it pleases you, I will not stand in your way.
It will be worth the wait, Ezio. Trust me.
Yeah, I agree, Afro. It's very tricky with that cannon defend mission because the timing is like really tight on like how many cannons you have to destroy. I think you can maybe miss 1 or 2 times, but then you also have to kind of like get multiple cannons at the same time destroyed too. So it can be tricky to do it perfectly in the time limit. I know many people that have definitely suffered a lot on that mission.
Buongiorno, Ezio.
Caterina, to what do I owe the pleasure of your presence here?
I desire an allegiance. The papal armies have resumed their march on Forli. Your mercenaries would be a great asset to my cause.
It is likely that I can give you what you seek. But we will talk later. Mother. Machiavelli. It is done. Though not, I think, as any of us expected. I entered the Vaticano and faced Rodrigo. No! Used the power of the papal staff against me, but I defeated him. Combining the staff and the apple, I gained access to the vault. There, a moving painting of the goddess Minerva spoke. She told of a terrible tragedy to befall mankind in the future, but gave hope of lost temples that will provide aid to humanity. And then she called out to a phantom, Desmond, as if he were there, standing beside me. After her warning, she vanished.
Amazing.
I cannot imagine such wonders.
The vault did not house the terrible weapon we feared. This is good news.
What of this goddess, this Minerva? Did she appear human?
Yes, but her words proved otherwise. All of her kind died many years ago. I wish I could show you the magic she performed.
Who is Desmond, and where are these temples Minerva spoke of?
I do not know.
Perhaps we must search for them.
Tell me how it ended with Borgia. Did Rodrigo beg forgiveness? Make excuses? Promise power in return?
No, none of those things.
Interesting. I'm surprised he remained so composed.
I let him leave.
The Spaniard lives? Once our enemies are dead, we can speak of vaults and gods and ancient places. You should have killed him. We're sure to suffer for it.
I am not here to debate the past. Together, we should discuss the future.
No. I am leaving immediately for Roma.
Ezio, I do not know why you spared him, but I trust your judgment. Machiavelli will come around.
But yeah, I think it's understandable, both on Ezio's but also Machiavelli's part, you know. Because in the end, the decision to spare Rodrigo was kind of like personal for Ezio, you know. Like, he did it because he was trying to grow over his desire for revenge, which he did. But ultimately, you know, Rodrigo of course is still the Pope and he still has power that he's using for the Templars, even if he's weakened and he's kind of like broken and is believed to be a prophet. So yeah, you know, it's kind of like a mixed consequence and outcome. Where he should have killed him for the Brotherhood, but he should have also spared him for his like own personal sake, you know. You didn't hear the "It's me, Mario"? Yeah, me neither actually. But hey there, Harbinger, welcome in. Hey there, Hitpix, welcome in too. Okay, let me actually check real quick. Okay.
Right position, gerecht.
It's me, Mario!
Okay, it works now. Sorry about that, Harbinger.
It's me, Mario!
It's me. Maria Auditore. Quote, tomorrow I will make torta bolognese. I leave to pick up the eggs and meat from the market and will be back in time to open the bakery as the sun strikes the top of the courtyard. How privileged a life we lead. It is hard to remember on such a day that what is given may also be taken away. These are the final lines of Maria's diaries. Born into the powerful banking family the Mozzi, Maria is one of the most famous historical sources of the time period due to her multi-volume diary, which has been translated by several notable scholars and is on display in the Uffizi Gallery in Florence. Thanks to the Animus, we know why her diaries ceased. After her husband Giovanni's arrest, during which Maria was mistreated by Florence's guards, she entered a semi-catatonic state. Cared for by Ezio's sister Claudia at the Villa Auditore, she remained silent for years until Ezio brought her a bundle of feathers he had collected during his travels, an activity that her youngest son Petruccio once engaged in. Brought back to life by Ezio's gift, her temperament has been improving steadily since. Absolutely, Harbinger. I can't wait to get my way to Rome and to dive into all of the side activities. That's one thing I really enjoy about this game, is kind of like the side content. And I have the Borgia Towers, you know, the Brotherhood, the renovations. Niccolo Machiavelli. Quote, unarmed prophets have always been destroyed, whereas armed prophets have succeeded. These cynical words were written by Niccolo Machiavelli, one of the greatest minds of the Renaissance. Considered a pioneer of realist philosophy, he believed that all men are evil and will act upon their vicious nature, if given the chance. The third son of a Florentine attorney, Machiavelli was tutored by his father in grammar, rhetoric and Latin. In 1494 he entered government service as a clerk and an ambassador. Made a member of a Florentine diplomatic council, he was sent to the courts of France, Spain and Rome between 1499 and 1512. It was during this time that he met Cesare. Immediately taken away with the young Captain General, Machiavelli wrote I can find no fault with him. Rot lesion rate. Better run. Get yourself in safety. Averod, welcome in. How's it going? How was the rest of your no death challenge? I hope it went well and that you didn't die anymore. Welcome back, Maxi. Thank you for the shout of Averod. And yeah, welcome into the start of Brotherhood. We just arrived in Monteriggioni and talked with Machiavelli and the other members of the Brotherhood. You managed to make it to San Juan without dying. Awesome. That's very, very good. I'm glad it didn't come to dying anymore. But yeah, that moment earlier, you know, when you almost died there. I literally think like maybe 1 or 2 more milliseconds later and it would have probably been quite surely a death. But yeah, so good that you were active there in time, you know. Ah, nice, Maxi. I hope you enjoy your lunch. Okay, so it was during this time that he met Cesare. Immediately taken away with a young Captain General, Machiavelli wrote, I can find no fault with him. Machiavelli followed Cesare, learning his approach to war until 1500, when he became de facto leader of the assassins. From 1500 to 1503, he settled in Rome, although little is known of his activities there. In 1503, Machiavelli was put in charge of the frontier militia and the city's defense. He recruited citizens for his militia, preferring men who had a stake in Florence's continued success to dispassionate mercenaries. His strategy seemed to work in 1509 when Florence defeated Pisa. Machiavelli continued to participate in Florentine government after the Medici family was chased out. But when the Medici returned, they arrested and tortured him. He was accused of conspiring against them. Unable to find any wrongdoing, the Medici exiled Machiavelli. He retired to his estate in Sant'Andrea, where he wrote his famous works, The Prince, a discourse on Livy, and the Florentine histories. Machiavelli died in 1527, and his place of burial remains unknown. Damn. Well, that's good, Rod, that you didn't also die in that combat situation. That's actually crazy, like the amount of times I died in Shadow of a Tomb Raider through like, you know, kind of like surprising factors rather. You know, like some of the traps or something. And I think there's like this one skill, right, that you can get where you can kind of like spot traps from further away. So I guess getting that quite early on might be a good approach. At least it would be for me in that game, because that was probably my number one kind of like death reason. Okay, so this is basically a repetition of the AC2 database entry. But this ending part is actually quite important for understanding why the attack happens. So I might just read it regardless, even if some of the parts here are copied from AC2. Absolutely, Rod, yeah. They really do. But yeah, I'm glad that it went well for you so far, and that this run has been, you know, really good in avoiding any kind of like death factors. So how much of the game do you have left at this point? Are you like halfway through? Katarina Sforza. A countess by marriage, Katarina was notorious far before she ever arrived in Forli. Raised in the court of Milan, she received a classical education while tutored in the art of war by her father, the Duke. At court, Katarina also acquired a passion for alchemy and hunting. In 1473, when she was 10 years old, Katarina became engaged to Girolamo Riario, the Pope's nephew. They consummated their marriage when she was only 14. Yikes. Once in Rome, she was heralded as one of the most outgoing nobles at court, while her husband had a reputation for being one of the most ruthless. With the premature death of the Pope's brother, Girolamo gained even more power, securing the titles of Lord of Imola and Forli. When the Pope died, Luther sacked Rome, destroying Katarina's residence. Unafraid despite being 7 months pregnant, Katarina rode on horseback to the castle San Angelo and defended the Vatican with cannon fire and soldiers. In 1484, she moved with her family to Forli, paid off by someone with a grievance against her husband. The Ossi brothers killed Girolamo in 1488. As a result, Katarina became the ruler of Forli and Imola. She wasted no time, winning the favor of nearby rulers, revising the tax system, and training the militia herself. Although she advocated peace, when those around her were hurt, she dealt fierce vengeance, frequently killing enemies' wives and children in punishment. In 1499, Cesare, in his quest for territory, decided to return Forli to papal rule. Side note, the papacy claimed ownership of most regions in Italy, and these lands were lent out to rulers, but papal troops could march in and reclaim them at any point, much like libraries set out to burn down the homes of those who keep books checked for too long. As Cesare marched towards Katarina, she sent out the Pope to a friendly letter that had been rubbed with the sauce of plague victims. It went downhill from there. As an assault by papal forces became inevitable, Katarina snuck out at Forli with a small company of soldiers on Christmas Day 1499 and journeyed to Monteriggioni, seeking armed support from Ezio Auditore. And this is very important to realize here, because a lot of people think that the only reason that Cesare attacked Monteriggioni was because he wanted to get the apple, you know. But it was actually Katarina kind of like leading his army to Monteriggioni, because she had to escape from the region, and she did escape to Ezio. So for Cesare, I guess from his father Rodrigo, he learned about the apple, you know, but now he also had a reason to, you know, get like 2 birds with 1 stone, so to say, you know, get Katarina and Ezio all at the same time. So yeah, I think it's wrong to say that because Ezio spared Rodrigo, that's the only reason why Cesare attacked Monteriggioni, because later on we even find out that Rodrigo in fact warned Cesare and said that he shouldn't attack. So yeah. But you decided to end where you got up to, because if you are to die again, you'd rather it happen earlier in the stream. Still have a lot left to do, but probably in the last quarter of the game now. Ah, very nice. Well, it's great, you know, that you're already so far into it. Hopefully you can finish it in the next stream then. But yeah, it's definitely fair, you know, like at some point you also lose lots of concentration. So like starting a completely new run, or kind of like ending with dying, is I guess not the best way to start into the next stream. You know, that way you have like a good motivation to carry on and be like, you know, fully concentrated. Hey there, Felza. Welcome in. Good morning. Yeah, you know, like sometimes, you know, being like a bit quicker in reaction time, you know, like earlier in a gaming session, can really make a difference if you die or not. And if you've been streaming for like, you know, 6+ hours or something.
Welcome home. Ready to go again?
You don't need to ask.
One should always have the freedom to choose. Shh! What's that?
Probably just training exercises.
Merda. I have to find Mario and rally the troops.
My men are in the courtyard. I aim to lead them around back and flank our attackers.
Stay out of sight.
It's the Borgia!
How did we not see this?
They must have massed to the east during the night. We need to hold them off until the townspeople have escaped.
I will take care of it.
Use the cannons above the rampart. I intend to lead a frontal assault.
Do you have it?
I am keeping it safe. The Borgia must not be allowed to breach the walls until everyone is safely away. Insieme per la vittoria.
Insieme. Uncle, be careful.
I will.
Everybody on wheels! I know you're there, Ezio! The Pope told me about you and your little group of assassins. And this! Give me the gun his friend fashioned for us! We've had too much bloodshed. I think a cleansing is in order. So consider this an invitation from my family to yours!
Yes, Gatipace.
Basta! I can walk.
Look out! They are coming! Everyone, retreat to the villa!
I cannot fight like this. Stand with me!
Get the bastard! Now! Move!
Well done.
Indeed. Requiescat in pace, Mario. And that death just always hits me hard, you know. Like, considering how big of a character Mario was in AC2 and how important he was for Ezio to become who he is at this point of the story. It's really like a part of Ezio has been killed, you know. And yeah, Rod, that also reminded me of Spider-Man 2, that kiss there. Ezio, my students do not know what it is to aim with cannons. Perhaps you could show them what you know? Yeah. To kind of like a plot twist that the guy who was taking care of the cannons was actually, you know, like working for Cesare as well. That he fashioned the handgun that he was talking about for Cesare. And that being like a weapon that killed him, you know. Was showcasing that Ezio has kind of like been betrayed on both sides. That's true, and after losing his father, Mario became like a father to him. Absolutely, yeah. Definitely the biggest father figure for Ezio in his adult life. Jesus, tree.
the sanctuary!
Follow me!
There! Would... Look, get away! Va bene. This trash is dealt with.
I can't...
I will hold them back. Stop! Wait for us!
We thought you had been killed, Sir Ezio.
Not yet.
Where does this passage lead?
To the north, outside the walls.
I am surprised it exists. Let me through. I must go help the troops.
Hurry, Ezio!
Renaissance thieves were usually wanderers who could vanish at the first sign of trouble, making it hard for guards to track them. Black market business in Renaissance Italy was booming. Muggings in the major cities were fairly common, as were murders. Often strollers were attacked in the dead of night, killed, robbed, and then rowed into the nearest river or canal. Even if a thief merely stole rather than killed, the penalties of court were often unduly harsh. Torture was common. Thieves were put in stocks and sometimes even publicly executed. In order to avoid punishment, thieves often created bonds of trust amongst each other. Each was supposed to tell the rest his dirty secrets, which meant that each thief potentially held his comrades' lives in his hands.
Where's Mother? Is she alright?
I am here, Ezio.
Grazie a Dio.
We could not leave without you.
The way out will be dangerous. Protect our mother.
Where is Mario? I thought he would be waiting for us.
The Borgia infantry are circling the town!
Mario is dead. You must leave this place. Take Mother to Firenze. Get me a horse!
You are not coming with us. Where are you riding?
To Roma!
Go, my son. Destroy them. But remember for whom we assassins fight.
For the...
Citizen!
Lucy, I can't seem to get a position on Ezio's POE.
POE? Could one of you tell me what's going on?
Sorry, Desmond. Piece of Eden. In the Vatican, Minerva talked about other temples, that they're the key to preventing whatever terrible thing is about to happen to the Earth.
Right.
To find the temples, I'm convinced we need to get our hands on Ezio's Apple of Eden. Minerva altered it somehow when she touched it.
Wait, we're at the Auditore Villa.
Yes, it's our last safe house in Italy. It turns out the Templars are watching the border.
Ezio hid the POE sometime in 1507, but when I try to access that DNA sequence, he seems to be remembering something else.
Like a memory inside a memory?
Yes, exactly. Maybe.
Exactly, maybe?
I believe you experienced something similar back at Abstergo, didn't you?
Subject 15 exhibited memory within memory-like patterns, but she was pregnant. The memories of both the fetus's father and mother were competing.
Desmond's not pregnant, at least, as far as I can tell. Might just have had a big lunch.
Can you skip ahead to a later memory?
No, it doesn't work.
Well, that sounds familiar. We couldn't access Altair's later memories until Desmond had improved his synchronization.
Then it's possible something similar's occurred here. Ezio's troubled state is being transposed onto Desmond, destabilizing the memory. Either that, or Rebecca's just not a very good engineer.
Thanks, asshole.
What? I'm simply listing possible explanations. And that is amongst the most likely. Touchy?
This place isn't secure. Cell phone surveillance can see right through the walls.
Don't you mean satellite surveillance?
Are you kidding? Abstergo upgraded his cell towers ages ago. The waves go through everything above ground. They're gonna find us.
No, they aren't. Come with me.
Kinda like that, you know, because it's also symbolic for the grey, you know, the ways that go from like the different networks being connected.
There's a beam blocking it from the inside. We're not getting in this way.
What's our next move?
The road just loops back into the highway. This is not a good place for us to be right now.
Do we have any tarps? We need to cover up the van.
I really hate to stress this, yeah, but we are running out of time.
Well, help us then, Sean. Do you have any ideas?
I don't know. Maybe there's another way into the sanctuary.
Hey, I think I've got something.
Yep, he's got the bleeding effect, alright. But Vittoria agli assassini. Or when they all say that together at the ending battle. Or one of the ending battles. But yeah, this of course like really adding to Desmond synchronizing with Ezio here, you know, by seeing him as part of a bleeding effect. And the reason he's seeing him here and hasn't seen him before that much is that of course him being a Monteriggioni is kind of like synchronizing the memories even more, you know, being at a place you've only seen in the Animus. And that triggers like stronger memories outside of the Animus.
Follow me.
Where did John and Rebecca go? Only Lucy followed us, apparently.
Desmond, that was pretty awesome.
It just felt natural. We can get in through here.
Good job.
Well, we'll just wait up here then, shall we? Yeah, all alone with massive targets painted on our backs.
First time Desmond performs the leap of faith.
Why won't this turn on?
It's great to be out of the Animus.
This isn't exactly my idea of a good time.
Well, let me guess. You're more the in-bed at 6 type.
What? Desmond? I know how to have fun.
Oh, that's very convincing. Yeah, I'm convinced.
Okay, after we save the world, I'll show you.
Wait, can I get that in writing?
We have light.
Yeah, trust me, Desmond. You don't want to have fun with Lucy.
What was that?
I don't see anything.
Run! Get out before I soldati catch you! Correte! Go!
They escaped through here.
Okay, let me actually go ahead and take care of sound here. Because it's kind of like exceeding my audio mixer slightly. Definitely louder than AC2.
Ezio and the villagers. After the attack, I can see them now.
I know it's difficult, but try to compartmentalize, Desmond. Focus on the present.
What if I can't stop the visions? How long before I start painting symbols on the walls?
Don't joke about that. 16 is dead. We're focusing on the present, okay?
Great, it's stuck.
I can get under there.
Ready. Any chance you can lift that gate?
Not unless you want me to end up like that skeleton.
I'll find a way around.
Time for some modern day parkour. Oh yeah.
I can drop into the corridor below through here.
Watch out for bats!
Where?
I meant in case you see any.
Remind me not to make you a lookout. Desmond?
More ghosts.
I'm here, okay? Stay with me.
Did anything fall on you?
No. Is Mother all right?
Desmond, we can't climb this.
How about you give me a boost?
That's a bad idea.
I could throw you into the air and you grab the ledge.
Even worse.
Follow me.
I think, you know, seeing this scene just now with Ezio and Claudia, and then also earlier Claudia getting attacked and almost killed by a Borgia guard. It's definitely understandable that Ezio still thinks like he has to protect her, because early on in the story here of Brotherhood he had to, essentially, you know. If it wasn't for him, then she may have died there with a Borgia guard. But then when she gets to Brotherhood, you know, it's also like realizing the dangers of a Borgia. She is kind of like taking matters into her own hands and trains, you know. They're quite interesting, you know, how it's definitely understandable Ezio treats her the way he does in Brotherhood, but her kind of like wanting to prove that she doesn't have to be defended anymore. But I wish the modern day story had ended in AC3. The whole Abstergo-Lela Loki thing is a mess. I kind of wonder where we're gonna take it next with Mirage, because I feel like there's a good potential to at least have like a stronger connection now than there has been between Origins to Odyssey, Odyssey to Valhalla. But yeah, there has to happen a lot if our modern day is like really like something people look forward to again.
How about this?
What are you going to... Nice job.
I aim to please. I wonder how old these tunnels are.
Middle Ages, probably. Luckily, the beams still hold our weight.
After all this time in the Animus, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but you're really getting fat.
Ouch.
I even told Rebecca to widen the Animus.
Seriously?
No.
Up we go.
Ready.
You know, when I came here last...
When Ezio came here.
Yeah, I meant Ezio.
I shouldn't put you through all this. It's not right.
Hey, all joking aside, I'm having the time of my life. And it's thanks to you.
Just focus on where you're going, okay?
Yeah, this is the end of the Auditore crypt, actually. With the sarcophagus of Dominique Auditore and his son.
When did this become my job?
If I pulled all the levers, then what would be left for you?
Nothing.
Nice try.
Ready?
Found a switch!
Absolutely, yeah. I still would so much love to see, you know, a game featuring Domenico, Thomas de Canyon, Dante Alighieri, and all of these guys.
Great. Ezio gets a bath with Caterina Sforza, and I get a swim in a toilet. I've got this one!
There's another lever at the end. Come over here!
Oh man, it's freezing!
Stop whining!
It's easy for you to say. You aren't swimming in medieval toxic waste.
Medieval toxic waste. Sounds lovely. The way this must be smelling.
You're exaggerating. Remember, this is the time of your life.
Yeah. Ready?
Go for it. Okay, release it.
How come you don't have to get wet?
Because you're here,
Charming.
aren't I?
I've got you.
Thanks.
Ezio! We are on the other side! Hurry!
Cazzo! Dio mi salvi!
Great, the bridge is out. We can't jump this.
I have an idea. You'll have to help me. Stand at the edge and get ready.
It's like, get ready. And he's, get ready for what? Imagine him like misunderstanding how she wants to jump, and then she just falls to her death. That's it.
Ready?
Wouldn't be the worst outcome for Lucy.
Made it! Let me see.
Oh, you go on ahead. I'll just stay here to die in the dark with the bats.
Jump across.
Nice work.
The bats will be disappointed.
For now.
Soldati, I have found an entrance.
I'll wait here.
Good. Let me just go and get that bridge down for you.
I did the last one.
And I'm sure that will be your last one.
Haha, very funny.
Got it!
Thank you, Desmond. it's my turn to even the score. There.
Thanks. It's a start.
Do your magic.
Up you go.
Thanks. We make a good team.
Okay.
Come on, Desmond, let's go. I can see the sanctuary.
Wow. He looks so old. Ezio must have come back here way after the attack. But why?
Desmond!
Right. Let's open that door.
Oh yeah, Afro, I think she's gonna be just fine. Yeah, how crazy it must be for Desmond to actually get here into the sanctuary, you know, and seeing like all of these statues of previous assassins in person. Can't wait to see you again, Amunet. But yeah, the graphical jump they have from AC2 to Brotherhood is actually so substantial. So many more details, kind of like, you know, just with the water droppings as well. And like textures and cracks in the wards here.
Try using that special sight you learned from Altair.
There's something here.
Can you open the damn bookcase, Desmond?
Yeah, I can, in a second. Until you've annoyed me further. But you have three numbers here. 1419, 1420, and 1421. But no idea yet what they mean. At least Desmond doesn't.
You guys did it!
About bloody time. What's that?
Looks like something Ezio left behind. There are numbers underneath it. 1419. 1420 and 1421.
Maybe you should lie down for a bit.
No, it's all right. I'm fine.
Whoa, they really built this place to last. No signs of structural damage, no cell signal either. Should be safe to set up. Let's get the Animus down there.
Okay, everything's good here. Sean, hide the van in town, and make sure you aren't followed.
What is that smell?
It's my clothes.
They smell like you swam through a sewer.
It was Lucy's idea.
Wait a second, guys. We need power down here. There's a line running nearby I can hook into, but the wattage is weak.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Anything else you two would like? You know, some caviar perhaps? Maybe you'd like me to knit you a lovely hat? No? Fine, follow me.
Already said it, I wouldn't mind a lovely hat. Could you knit me one? Maybe? Would you be so kind? Just checking if I can already talk to Rebecca and Lucy here, but nope. I can't. Exactly right. I mean, I would definitely take a lovely hat knitted by Sean. Any day.
Right, look around Monteriggioni for circuit boxes. Rebecca's little doodahs, they'll reroute small amounts of electricity to the power line underneath the villa. Don't ask me how they work. If I understood that, I wouldn't be the fella hiding the van.
Some wine and cheese. That sounds always good. Lovely combo right there. So yeah, some wine and cheese, please, Sean. Maybe also some coffee for the morning. It's kind of funny because in the emails you can read in Brotherhood, there's actually references to like what they're buying and when and where and who should be going out to get stuff. And then we also have like a discussion and kind of like dispute about who ate the yogurt. Word preservation sites. Built in 1290, the Villa Auditore is one of the Tuscan countryside's most beloved landmarks. A key force in the protection of Monteriggioni for hundreds of years and a source of great architectural motivation. The villa was destroyed during Pope Alexander VI's military campaign in 1500. Help us preserve our history. Entering the ruins or removing objects from the site is prohibited. I do kind of wonder if I could already collect items that are like hidden in Monteriggioni. I don't think so. It's kind of funny because you have no 4 damage in modern day, I don't think. So you can jump from any heights if you want to. Yeah, Monteriggioni is definitely quite a bit different from the game version. I do like that it's definitely similar enough. But yeah, the Villa Auditore, it doesn't, you know, stand in Monteriggioni. It's actually based on another one in the Tuscan countryside.
I'm back.
Just in time. The sun's rising.
Yes, it's booted. We're good to go.
Did you miss me? No? Anyone? Hello? Am I speaking out loud? Hello? Workaholics.
Let's get started.
It's like, good, the sun's rising. Time to actually start the workday now that we've been driven the entire night through. And put up our lab and everything. It's like, when do these guys rest? Sean is definitely right to say that they're workaholics. So part of this year's playthrough is gonna be that we will be doing all of the optional modern day dialogues. So each sequence you can go out of the enemies yourself and trigger unique dialogues. And I want to trigger all of them if possible.
Do you have any clue about those numbers under the drawing?
1419, 1420, 1421. Maybe something to do with the 100 Years' War. Or wait, in 1419, Pope Martin V arrived in Florence, right? He left for Rome in 1420, and that was the same year Brunelleschi began building the Duomo. And in 1421... Yeah, I'll have to do some more research, I think.
Like how he wanted to prove his kind of like ability of like... I mean, he also has some form of like sixth sense, ego vision, you know, but for him it's more about being able to make connections and combining things together. Which he just has proven, but obviously that's not exactly what we're looking for here. So it didn't make sense yet.
What are we gonna do about Abstergo?
Wait it out. As soon as we find the apple, I get in contact with our other teams in Europe, but as far as Italy goes, we're on our own.
It'd be nice to have some help from above.
Our top assassins are busy gathering info about the Templar satellite launch. We've pinpointed several possible facilities in the US, China, and Russia, but there are no clear leads yet.
So as you can see, it's still very much talking about the satellite launch of Abstergo, and that being like the ultimate plan that Abstergo has, you know. That when the world is ending again on 21st of December, they can use the satellite technology, combining it with the Apple of Eden, and then using it to control the rest of humanity on Earth.
You seem focused.
I've been busy patching new systems into Baby here. She's only gonna get better.
Is Desmond gonna be able to relive memories this time?
As a matter of fact, he will.
I do like these four war breaks, you know, with Rebecca and the enemies. The ability to replay memories, you know, something that people have been asking for in AC2. And they can explain it with the enemies and Rebecca working on the simulation, that those kind of features are getting to be added. I did something similar with AC2 when we talked about the subtitles being added to the enemy simulation, you know, because it hasn't been the case yet in AC1. But George Clooney was in a movie called From Dusk Till Dawn that was directed by Quentin Tarantino. Tarantino directed Reservoir Dogs, and one of the actors in that is Steve Buscemi. You could go on. That's how I remember which actors have been in what and who directed it. Actually, Tarantino didn't direct it, but he starred in it, so it still counts. Absolutely, yeah. That's actually one of my favorite movies with Tarantino. From what I understand, even though he didn't direct it, he was one of the main writers for the script. Or From Dusk Till Dawn. And that's why I think why there's also this whole like dancing foot fetish scene in the movie, because he basically has written it for himself. It was kind of like, I guess, a bit of a joke, but at the same time bit of his fantasy, I guess. But yeah, he did write that theme for himself, it seems. Since he also starts in the movie, of course, as one of the actors, one of the major characters. It's not the only like time in that movie that you know, he has kind of like that kind of like fetish being presented. But yeah, Tarantino really does love his feet, that's for sure. But yeah, that movie is great though. I really love how trashy it is, you know. I kind of like start to take it serious. And then the moment you kind of like go over the border to Mexico, you know, like everything just goes completely in a different direction, you know, of like trash, slasher, horror. It's true, was the director Robert Rodriguez had a movie at a film festival. It's called El Mariachi, and Quentin had Reservoir Dogs. And so they first met on the film festival circuit and became fast friends. And of course he would write that it happens to his character. You're not into feet, but you're into Summer Hayek though. I mean, that's fair enough, you know. Yeah, it's definitely funny, you know, how he's very open about, you know, that kind of like thing. In pretty much all of his movies. And he's kind of like making almost jokes about it at the same time, you know. But yeah, it's so funny how the whole movie changes after the dance scene.
Always a tech geek?
Nah, I was into sports, but then I broke my leg and started playing with computers. Who knew that coding could be just as exhilarating as strapping on a board and dropping out of a helicopter?
Just FYI, you might want to get your adrenal glands checked. You know? Because that is not normal.
Such a great twist. Ironically, it happens at a place with twist on its name. That's very true, yeah. What's kind of like meant a bit differently, I reckon, but it could definitely be a like a reference to it being a location when twist happens, regardless. But yeah, I do love Tarantino movies whenever he's involved in something.
So, what do you think of Monteriggioni?
This is not Monteriggioni. Monteriggioni existed in the Renaissance. Ask me how the town was in 1554 when it was seized by Florence, and I'll tell you.
Huh. I figured you'd like it nowadays. Seems not to have changed much.
Exactly. History is the study of change. Change is life. When things become static, it means they're dead.
What are the other teams doing?
Combating Abstergo's search for pieces of Eden. As far as I know, Abstergo has no clue about the temples and Ezio's apple. We might actually be ahead for once.
I don't think I have seen the sequels, unless they're kind of like having different names, like different titles, and I didn't remember that they were sequels. But if I caught from Dusk to Dawn 2 and 3, then I definitely haven't seen them. But that's interesting, kind of like going back to the days of the Wild West. Makes me wonder if that was one of the inspirations for the Red Dead 1 DLC, you know, Undead Nightmare. Combining kind of like zombie with Wild West. Or kind of like vampire zombie-like creatures, I guess.
We don't have time for chit-chat. I'm busy right now. You know I love talking about this stuff, Desmond, but we have work to do now. I'm busy right now. You know I love talking about this stuff, Desmond, but we have work to do now.
There's no time to talk. We'll talk later. Now get in there and find the apple. We're counting on you. I'm kind of busy here. There's no time to talk. I'm kind of busy here.
Focusing on this. Gotta stay with the code. We'll talk later. Focusing on this.
That's right. Stop backseating, Lucy. Tell me what to do. I would do exactly the opposite. I'm not gonna be enemies, ever. Not gonna play through this game anymore now, because she told me to advance. We all have From Dusk to Dawn in the title, and the second has the subtitle Texas Blood Money, and the prequel has the subtitle The Hangman's Daughter. Wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. I gotcha. I'm quite sure I haven't seen them, but that's really interesting. I would be intrigued in the Wild West kind of like rendition, how that's like. Okay, I can't access the computer yet, apparently. Gotta wait until we finish the next sequence. Well then, in that case, let's go back into the Animus.
As you may have noticed in the van, I've made some improvements to the Animus, and I've also patched in a new VR training program. Here you can show off all those flashy moves you picked up from your ancestors. Let me open one of the missions.
Another achievement. Serial killer.
You can access more VR missions through the Animus desktop. As you complete training sessions, I'll add additional challenges. To stop your subconscious from rejecting Ezio's later memories, you're gonna have to live them in the order his genome recorded them. Highlight sequence 2 for me, Desmond. Good, now select it and you're gonna see the memories inside. Once you've unlocked a memory, by accessing this menu, you can relive it as many times as you want.
But what if there are memories I just want to forget?
Desmond, this is very important. If you need to take a break, log out of the Animus. You can leave the machine whenever you like.
I'm all set to go. Don't worry.
One last thing. As you raise your synchronization by executing events the way Ezio lived them, you might even discover some repressed memories. Okay, let's get started. Select the first memory.
Desmond, I've been looking at those gibberish 5-digit codes from the end of Subject 16's files, and I seem to have discovered a remarkable coincidence. The codes correspond perfectly with coordinates inside the Animus. I've tagged the landmarks, pinpointed by the coordinates with eye icons in the database. Now, odds are you won't find anything there, but, well, who knows?
Calmatevi. The pain will end soon.
Where have you brought me?
Nowhere, Messere. A man left you here.
Did he say anything?
Only this. You are to meet Messer Machiavelli in front of the Mausoleo di Augusto. Let me help you get dressed.
The same man who brought me here gave me these clothes?
Si, Messere.
Roma.
Yes, or what is left of it since the Borgia came to power.
And the Mausoleo?
Unfortunately, you cannot see it from here.
How about from the top of that church?
Yes, but the stairs up are closed.
That should not be a problem. Vi ringrazio di tutto quello che avete fatto per me, buona donna. Addio.
Sequence 2. The Wilderness of Tigers. As good as new. Find the doctor to heal the wounds from a villa attack, then climb the church tower to locate the Mausoleo di Augusto. Boost organization. Do not drop below 1 health square.
Oh.
Yeah, that music is so good, Rod. The echoes of the Roman ruins. Definitely one of my favorites in this game. The game came out 13 years ago this year. Yeah. It's crazy to think it's getting like close to 15 years old very soon. Just like AC1 and AC2. I mean, not everyone scares you outside of buildings. They also use stairs. Nah, that's impossible. A true assassin would never use the stairs.
Oh, that hurts. Salute. I require medicine.
Let me look. Someone your age cannot recover from a wound like this with medicine. Here is something to dull the pain. You will heal over time.
Grazie.
4 out of 5 doctors would suggest leeches, but they have not proven effective against such things. However, I can recommend several good colleagues around the city. Do you need anything else?
Trust the skill of your own local medical professional.
Damn, somebody who doesn't recommend leeches. Oh, that's a rarity in Renaissance. Someone your age, easy the doctor. No kidding, Eli. He's not the youngest either. Diagrams of a human body and the printing press influenced Renaissance medicine greatly, which had in turn been influenced by Arabic medicine during the Middle Ages. By the 50th century, science had already begun and so climbed toward becoming more relevant than spirituality in the field of healthcare. However, many people stubbornly clung to old ways, visiting local mystics instead of doctors. After the plague ravaged Europe in 1350, many doctors dressed in special plague gear to treat patients. To prevent contamination, they wore a cape coated in wax and a primitive gas mask in the shape of a beak. But leeches are the only cure for every ailment. Especially when it comes to like broken bones and stuff, you know. They've proven very effective.
Someone my age. Imbecile.
This game is so beautiful.
The Holy See has agreed. The new code of conduct concerning garment modesty and of punishment for sins of revealed flesh. The one major alteration is regarding the minimum length of sleeves to be worn by all male when public.
back.
It's like the Bully McGuire meme. My back. My back.
Gone out that a peasant is resisting arrest. We will show him how things operate under the Borgia.
Machiavelli can wait.
Time for first stealth mission.
How can there be business? They taxed it all away to no good use.
That is until we get to the forced combat scenario at the end of it.
They don't pass here anymore. Honestly, I don't blame them. It was not.
What are you special? Really special. Life expectancy? About 5 more minutes, I'd wager.
And the army of the 50 states will come into effect the first day of the month. Those neglecting their duty must seek qualified exemptions from the apostolic chamber or face lengthy public shame in the stocks.
Sorry, dude.
For the sin of adultery have now been tripled.
I am hoping the funds
cheap rates were encouraging such activity.
So we have no smoke bombs here, which means I couldn't use that for stealth either, so I would definitely treat it as a forced combat scenario there.
I am so embarrassed.
I hardly recognize my beloved.
That guy just walking against the house.
Hey, hay un problema con me.
Our house, you know. The members of the Guild of Honor. I am sorry for you. Lo Senato di Roma is taking a far-reaching appeal to all Romans to please be careful when taking bricks and marble from old ruins. A section of the Colosseo
She was beautiful.
She was, until that porco defiled her. I wish he'd just killed her. I wish he'd just killed La Mia Amata. People who saw her grow up cheered when he spat on her. Smiles on their faces when her neck...
I understand.
How can you? My Livia was innocent.
I have lost family to the rope. To treachery.
Il Carnefice watches from his home on the hill above. He threatens to hang me if I cut her rope.
Bow executed. Il Carnefice lives on the hill overlooking the gallows. Locate and kill him. Foe sink. Kill your target with hidden blade. Ava the Percenter, welcome in. Hey guys, new here. Your favorite AC is AC2, but this game is still awesome as it is so close in style and character to 2. Absolutely, yeah. Same here. My favorite AC is still AC2, followed by Origins, I think. But Brotherhood is still an amazing game, and I've been actually looking most forward to this game as part of the Ezio trilogy. Just because of like how much I love the gameplay and the different like side activities and yeah, you know, the Brotherhood system, renovations, all that. Absolutely right, yeah. You can really, you know, get his despair over the situation, you know.
When you are ready, take her down. I will deal with Il Carnefice.
There's nothing in the history books about Il Carnefice, so I did a little digging in Abstergo's mainframe. Here's what I found. A natural ally for the Borgia, Il Carnefice kills to the roar of an approving crowd. The other small piece of information I could dig up is that he fancies himself as some sort of twisted artist. I guess that explains the crowd bit. I wonder if he does tricks while performing executions, or whether it's all in the subtle ways he pulls the lever. But either way, it's gonna be stopped. So basically I just have to stay stealthy until I kill my target, but I can be detected afterwards.
Nice work down there.
Not my best, but it's hard to make art with poor materials.
Requiescat in pace.
Get him! Runs like a girl. Viene qui.
Nice. Love that mission passed kind of like sound in this game. Sounds really dark, but also really badass at the same time. I think I just spotted a chest over there. I won't be collecting all the chests in the game, but early on they're of course like really good to get. One thing that kind of like introduce a bit more in this game is kind of like oh damn, that's our first cluster. Interesting. It's kind of like having unique items in chests and on bodies. And you can use them to kind of like finish shop quests sometimes. Or even to sell them like individually. So it can be like another way to kind of like make more money. Or to make sure that you get like unique items. I'm not sure if I can climb this here to get to the cluster, but...
I don't know if you're looking for something from 16, but last time scanning in eagle vision seemed to help.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean. Very helpful indeed. It's a good later when you have heaps of money to just not worry about paying for healing or more medicine and ammo. Absolutely, yeah. I do love a progression AC games, you know, from like kind of like starting poor and everything's like worth so much to like just getting endlessly rich and you can, you know, buy anything you want. Okay, so these are clusters. They're kind of like similar to the glyphs in AC2. However, instead of 20, there's only 10 this time. But they tend to be sometimes a bit longer and have like more puzzles within. But yeah, that's cluster number 1. Even more frustrating.
You dropped out of the grid. Where were you?
Not sure. Some kind of fragmented memory?
Maybe you should stop.
I'm good. I want to keep going.
Loading.
Masters or they did not work, but ruled from on high. Oh yeah, that music is borrowed. It's so ominous, you know, and abstract, but really does suit these kind of like memories. Do feel smart whenever you figure out one all by yourself. You definitely should be, you know, because some of these are really tough to solve. Especially if you haven't done it before. Hey the Grace, welcome in. Ahoy, and good morning. So we're looking for masters that didn't work but ruled. So definitely looking for kind of like a class or 2-class system pictures as well. Contrast here between the working class and the aristocrats. That's clearly a picture of the aristocrats. Picture of workers. Picture of a ruler. First class. Worker. Worker. Worker family. We have somebody ordering the workers to do something. Another worker picture. Another ruler picture. There we go. So that should be one. This one. That one. And this.
Loading.
And we have kind of like a chessboard puzzle. Moving away from the sovereign and his cross bro, the people take 2 steps forward. So we're talking about the king here with the cross bro right on top. And the people, of course, is kind of like peasant. I'm actually not sure how they're called in English because I've only ever played chess in German. But yeah, we're looking for this guy to move 2 steps forward. Pawn. Makes sense. Thank you, Grace.
Loading.
They become increasingly aware of our existence. We can no longer rely on the divine right of the aristocracy to maintain control. We need a new system, something much more subtle. And yeah, this is kind of like the Templars making the decision to become a company in a way, you know. Because with them always being like ingrained into the aristocracy and kind of like the first stand, the first estate, I guess. More people become aware of where the Templars are located and who they might be. And in order to kind of like blend in more with society, they decided to restructure themselves and become part of it by being a company. But then lists like totally normal people, but at the head of the organization, you know, stands for Templar control. Still working on coffee, brain sets are minimally awake, but that's the information you know apparently. Oh, I guess you could be more tired than Grace. Could be worse.
Loading. Quarantine zone. Quarantine lifted.
I'll put 16's video files here. Hopefully they'll begin to make sense as you free up each file.
There we go. That's the first cluster. But this time, you know, there's barely anything we can make out here. Yeah, that's the first cluster done. Unfortunately, I can't climb the tower, I don't think. Get the viewpoint. We need special unique ability here, I believe. Yeah. Could always be worse. That's true. Taylor, however this one is under the Borgia influence, and only once we ignite Borgia towers we can take over the district and then renovate shops for our purpose.
I don't know about this offer.
Ezio, what a surprise to see you here.
I thought you had sent for me.
Never. News of the Villa attack has spread across the city. We were certain that you were dead.
Not yet. I am still very much alive.
The Borgia must not discover that you escaped them.
New man in town. Accompany Machiavelli through Rome, encountering dangers along the way. Full sync? Throw the Borgia captain into the scaffold to kill him. So that means in order to reach full sync here, I have to go into combat. So for that part of the mission, once I attack the Borgia captain, the stealth challenge will be removed for that moment. But until I get to attacking the Borgia captain, I will stay stealthy. And I have to stay stealthy until that point. But yeah, there's gonna be a couple full sync requirements in all of the AC games where it's not directly, you know, going in favor of stealth. Which means I will have to prioritize full sync.
Follow me. Take care not to draw any undue attention.
When do I ever?
You would be wise to purchase missing equipment. You will not live long in Roma without supplies.
I have my blade.
And the guards have their guns, courtesy of the Borgia. Fortunately, I can help you.
Grazie.
While you are in my debt, perhaps you will listen to reason.
As soon as I hear some, I will let you know.
Savage. Every Renaissance community needed a blacksmith. Swords, locks, pans, knives, nails, and armor were all made from metal and all needed to be shaped. In addition, architectural ironwork flourished during the Renaissance as blacksmiths began to apply the practical craft towards making art.
Is your thing going?
man. Actually, yes, it is. Many coins.
So we can get the Roman spotters. And the Stiletto Dagger.
I'll just count it again.
Then, now you can survive the journey back to Firenze.
Perhaps. But I'm not going to Firenze.
Oh.
There will be no peace until we rise up against the entire Borgia family and the Templars who serve them.
I do not recall such brave talk at Monteriggioni.
How could I have known that they would find me so quickly? That they would kill Mario?
Rodrigo surrounds himself with snakes and murderers. Even his daughter Lucrezia has been sharpened into one of his most artful weapons. But she pales in comparison to the man behind the villa attack. He is ambitious, ruthless, and cruel beyond imagining. The laws of men mean nothing to him. He murdered his own brother to take power. He knows neither danger nor fatigue. Those who do not fall by his sword clamor to join his ranks. The powerful Orsini and Colonna families have been brought to kneel at his feet, and the King of France stands at his side.
Give me his name.
Cesare, head of the papal armies. What does he intend to do with his power? What drives the man? That I still do not know. But Ezio, Cesare has set his sights on all of Italia, and at this rate he will have it.
Is that admiration I hear in your voice?
He knows how to exercise his will. A rare virtue in the world today.
Make way for the Guardia a Cavallo!
Prego, signore. Guariscimi da questa febbre.
Those vocals. They're very creepy sounding, but I think they really add to the atmosphere here of like, you know, trying to stay unnoticed.
Should we not travel by horse? Roma is quite large.
As Cesare's conquests in Romagna continue to succeed, and the Borgia grow in power, they have taken desirable areas of the city for themselves. We cannot use the stables here.
Oh, the will of the Borgia is law now?
What are you implying, Ezio?
Do not play dumb with me, Machiavelli.
Do you have some kind of plan?
I am improvising.
Improvising. Okay, let's wait for this guy to pass here. Don't want anybody seeing me climb up.
The campaign in Romagna goes so splendidly. Various regiments have already been sent home, laden with blood. Sua Signoria Cesare Borgia has also awarded much reclaimed land to those of his valiant men who choose to remain. Don't miss your chance.
Okay. So the captain is down there. That means once we're down there, I would trigger conflict, get into combat, and try to throw him into the scaffolding.
Stop right there! Show him what it means to be an enemy of Borgia! Come on, men! We are showing him what it means to be an enemy of the Borgia! Those quick feet will be the first of many things we remove! Come on, men! We are Borgia!
Jesus. Can you get into the scaffold, please?
Get off me!
I like aiming into a direction, but it seems to only want to aim it in another. There you go. Right, now we can loot him and get like lots of money. Yep, almost 1,000 there. So that's fantastic. Okay, there's another guard over there. I don't want to go out the other way. Just make sure the guards won't actually... Oh shit, never mind, there's guards there too. Okay, plan B. Let's take the rooftops.
Just because you kill a few guards does not mean the people will grant access to the stables.
You are right. We need to send a signal. Wait here.
And fight for the glory of God, should present themselves at the nearest temple barracks. The commander of the temple guard, Duca Cesare Borgia, has issued a decree blessed by his holiness, calling for the disbandment of all non-affiliated.
Okay, there's rooftop guards, which I should be avoiding as case scenario. But just shoot them. No worries, Rods. Take your time.
It seems the stable is now available for purchase.
After you.
The Holy See has agreed. The new code of conduct concerning garment modesty and of punishment for sins of revealed flesh. The one major alteration.
Excellent. And yeah, now we can renovate the stable and every other shop in this district and make it part of our economy system. But yeah, this is gonna be war where I will go and take a break for today's stream. I will be back in about 15-20 minutes or so. Gonna get something to eat and take care of a few things. But yeah, on my return we will continue here with sequence 2. And also try to bring this sequence to an end today as well. So yeah, until then, I'm gonna leave you with some of the awesome soundtrack for AC Brotherhood. And then I'll be back after my break. Alright, welcome back. And thank you all for staying tuned for more of AC Brotherhood with our stealth and all mission objective challenge. Hey there, Mr. Newt, welcome in. Thank you for joining. This is Blade Runner Eli. So I think the track that might have played was called the Echo Chamber or something. And it's a variation of a track used in AC Brotherhood for the modern day and the first civilization kind of like coming together. Which is why it has kind of like more of a kind of like sci-fi feeling to it. But it definitely is reminiscent of, you know, soundtracks like Blade Runner for sure. With a heavy use of synthesizer. Thank you, Rod. Welcome back as well. Hey, the Nemesis. Welcome in. Happy Friday to you. Welcome back, Harbinger. So haunting. Absolutely. Right, so we're just taking over the Borgia Tower, which means now we can renovate shops all across the district, including the stables. We get 48 florins every 20 minutes. I'm getting rich. Easy come, easy go. Accompany Machiavelli to the Campi Doglio. Full sync, don't lose any health. You saw the Ezio collection on sale, but you're not sure about Brotherhood or Revelations? I mean, they're fantastic. The whole Ezio trilogy is absolutely amazing, so if you like AC2, then I would definitely recommend playing Brotherhood and Revelations too. They really belong to be played together.
The most revered Holy Father has blessed the initiative.
Here!
You excel at opening wounds, Ezio. But can you also close them?
I intend to heal the sickness, not treat its symptoms.
Stop sparring with me.
Fine, let us talk openly then. Rodrigo Borgia's death would not have solved anything.
I am inclined to disagree.
Look at this city, the center of Borgia and Templar rule. Killing one man will not change things. We need to take away the source of their power.
Are you suggesting we appeal to the people?
Maybe.
Relying on the people is like building on the sand.
You are wrong. Our belief in humanity rests at the heart of the Assassin Brotherhood.
He must be from your inner circle. Go, get back what he has stolen. I will wait at the Campidoglio. I am meeting in contact there.
Give me back my money! Come back here!
Let's see if there's more dialogue here before I catch him.
You are making a big mistake! Caritas.
Get out of here before I regret sparing your life.
Voice acting is great. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, they use also a lot of characters that already have been in AC2 and the same voice actors as well. So there's a really like a big continuity in the characters, the story, the voice acting, which was already really good in the second game. Or building a castle on top of a swamp. That sounds like a good plan. Something that Dutch would like to do. Building a castle on top of a swamp in Lemoyne. To get his money stolen in every game. He sure does. I think having these garments that he has, you know, makes him look very rich. And he's very prone to being stolen from. And I mean, he is rich, right? Most of the time. Yeah. This one is also under Borgia rule.
I saw another.
There's a viewpoint I could get. And I believe there's also a cluster in this building. Yep. There sure is. Very nice Nemesis. I do like Häagen-Dazs quite a bit. I'm not sure, is it a German company? I was under the impression it was kind of like American or something. And they use kind of like a Danish name for it. To be associated with like Denmark. I don't think it's neither Denmark nor or Danish nor German. I could also be completely wrong here. But yeah, I do like the flavors that they have. Cookies and cream is definitely still one of my favorites. Okay, so the glyph must be somewhere down here.
Hey, Desmond.
Hey, Sean. What's up?
Loading.
Individual attends only his own gain, and he is in this, as in many other cases, led by an invisible hand to promote an end which was no part of his intention. Adam Smith.
Loading.
kind of showcasing the difference between, you know, the forest and nature and the industrialization, which led to a lot of destruction of nature for the sake of labor and production. Finished Mafia Definitive Edition on hard difficulty. You saw Mafia 3 is on sale. Nice. I haven't played any of the Mafia games yet, but definitely do want to play them eventually. By far the greatest part of those goods, which are the objects of desire, are procured by labor, and they may be multiplied, not in one country alone, but in many, almost without any assignable limit, if we are disposed to bestow the labor necessary to obtain them.
Loading.
A great empire has been established for the sole purpose of raising up a nation of customers. It cannot be very difficult to determine who have been the contrivers of this whole mercantile system. Not the consumers, we may believe, whose interest has been entirely neglected, but the producers, whose interest has been so carefully attended to. So I really like further cementing here the idea of capitalism being used by also the Templars, right, to further their gains. And also showcasing that transition the Templars went through, you know, trying to take control in a different manner. Also going with the time, I guess, and embracing the Industrial Revolution. That's something I think Syndicate could really have worked out better, you know, with the whole time period of the Industrial Revolution, like what kind of impact it actually did have on the Templars, you know. Oh yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to Origins as well. I'm gonna be playing it as part of our annual run later in the year. And then also with a Stealth and All Mission challenge. Hey there, Hippie, welcome in. You rarely see people solve glyphs in Brotherhood. Yeah, I did read at one point in an article that Ubisoft released that only about 1% of the player base actually bothered to solve the glyphs and the clusters. So yeah, it seems to be a very small percentage, which is also the reason why they got rid of it in Revelations and following. Because they didn't see a high enough user engagement apparently. Which is a shame, you know, because I think that's so good. And there's so much valuable information about the modern day in it. Also, hey the Bioshock Dragon, welcome in. Thank you so much for joining and for the 200 bits as well. It's very kind of you, thank you so much. I hope you're having a good day. We just gotten started with some Brotherhood earlier, and we just arrived in Rome not too long ago. Oh nice, Nemesis. That's something I always wanted to try, like shrimp fried rice, but I haven't had it before.
Loading.
Yeah, definitely gotta try more shrimp dishes in general, because I did see some really good ones. A country that makes provision to increase in inhabitants, whose situation is good, and whose people have a genius adapted to trade, will never fail to be gainers in the balance, provided the labor and industry of their people be well managed and carefully directed.
Loading.
Lo. It's like the Trollololo song. Trollolololololololololo. Origin Standard and Good Editions on sale, but under PS Plus membership, you'd rather buy it outright so you can play at any point. Yeah, I think Origins is a good game to replay as well. So honestly, for how low it goes on sale nowadays, I would definitely buy it rather than rent it. It's also not the shortest game, you know, so not everybody's gonna finish Origins under a month. Like what we did in Revelations 4, you know, it was like Desmond talked to Clay at times instead of solving the glyphs left by him, even though the information they provided fits different purposes. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, they did make the decision to get rid of the clusters and glyphs, but instead they gave us like more interactive time with Clay, you know, and like more information regarding modern day in like a different format, especially with Desmond's Journey and also with the Lost Archive DLC. I thought they were really good to kind of like give you more story content for these characters. I do kind of miss the glyphs and clusters starting in Revelations, but I think that was a really good substitute as well, you know. And Revelations definitely has one of the strongest modern day stories in the series. Is it laughing at us? Maybe it is. But I think this is kind of like Clay's conscience trying to form sentences. Because the more clusters we solve, the more of a connection we're gonna build up to Clay. And then at the end we can even talk to him for a short time. Or he's talking to us, I guess. But yeah, his consciousness is stored within the Animus core that Desmond took, or Lucy took, I guess, from the Templars and the Abstergo facility. Freedom Cry is a DLC to AC4 Black Flag, but it's more of a standalone DLC. So you can play it even without necessarily having to have played Black Flag, but it is recommended to do so.
Loading.
The workforce increases, brother right beside brother. So, what we could do here is kind of like use the pawn to get right next to this one, on this side, because then he might attack us there. And then we could take the queen and get the horse. Never mind, I guess we have to go this way.
Loading. Quarantine zone. Quarantine lifted.
Right, it's cluster number 2.
I don't know if you're looking for something from 16, but last time scanning in eagle vision seemed to help.
Thank you, Sean. Helpful as ever. It's kind of funny, he always repeats that, you know, even after you've done a cluster.
Did you liberate your money from our friend?
I did.
A small victory.
They add up, and in time with work, we'll have a few dozen more.
And in time, Cesare's gaze will return to us, and we'll be broken again. Now, where is my contact, Vinicio? He should have already intercepted the letter. Follow me.
Buscot Mail. Rendezvous with Machiavelli's contact and retrieve a letter he carries. Full sync. Catch the Borgia courier in under 1 minute. Ooh, damn Nemesis. Yeah, that's quite the, you know, pay in, I guess.
Look at these facades masquerading as government. The Pope is very clever to keep this place in business. It fools your friend, the people, quite easily.
When did you become so cynical?
I merely describe the reality of Roma today. But all may not be lost. The good news is that we have allies in the city. How much longer this will last, however, I cannot say.
He was attempting to steal official Vatican mail.
Perdonatemi, signore. You must be mistaken.
Who are you working for, ladro?
I am working for no one. Then no one will care what we do to you.
Where is he?
Orius still has the letter.
Ezio, stop him! Find me at the Terme.
Hey, Vegasleg, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, dude. And how was Pharaoh? That's the reboot game, right? Of the like strategy game from like the early 2000s, late 90s or something. I actually used to play that game a little bit when I was like really young. Yeah, like in the early 2000s I used to play it. And my sister is still really into it and is still playing it on occasion. But the OG version, I do have to tell her that there's like a remaster that came out. Also, thanks for the shout out there to Gislek Rod. And yeah, it's going pretty good. Just gotten started with the stealth challenge here with AC Brotherhood. But yeah, I've been really excited to get back into this game. I do love, you know, the whole gameplay side of things.
Yeah!
With renovations and Brotherhood and all that. Yes, who's back? Back again. Ronnie's back. Welcome in, Ronnie. How's it going? Thank you for the resub, dude. And good morning to you. How's it going? It's like they changed the way military works in the reboot. The remaster overlay is a bit confusing to you at the moment, but getting used to it. I gotcha. But yeah, that must look so good, you know, like seeing it in like more modern graphics. With like more details and everything. The buildings are where you remember them, but governing overlays took a while to get used to since they moved them. I gotcha. I've really gotta check it out to kind of like get down memory lane a little bit, because it's been like ages since I even played the original version. Ronnie's going well, you're just doing some paperwork this morning. I gotcha. Well, I hope it's not too much and that you get it done soon. But I'm glad it's going well for you. How was the rest of Chronicle China? Did you finish the game? Ah, very nice, Gislik. Yeah, I definitely have a soft spot for these old school real-time strategy games. If it's like Pharaoh, Stronghold, or Age of Empires. So we found an encoded Romulus letter here. Of course, we don't know the code, which means we can't decipher it yet. But we will be at some point. Damn, I got 1,500 bucks from this guy. Holy shit. Oh, that's a good head start here, that's for sure. Finish the game, it's so pretty, frustrating at times, but that is part of the experience. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, I do love the art style too for the game, and I think it has a lot of strengths. But yeah, trying to, you can do like certain challenges with it, or trying to get achievements and stuff, is actually the most frustrating AC experience I've ever had. Even topping things like some missions in AC Brotherhood, like even topping the tank mission in Brotherhood, or some requirements in AC3. But yeah, getting all the achievements was such a pain in the ass, I can't even explain to you. How bad it was. So since we're in the Colosseum, I might as well try to get the viewpoint here. However, I'm gonna wait with the cluster because I don't want to do all of them directly at the start of the game here. Since there's only 10 of them, I do want to like space them out a little bit more. Roughly 1 per sequence.
Ma che fa? Is he sane?
But like when you get attacked by bandits and loot them and they can have some good money. That's very true here. And they also have these really rare resources often as well. Which means you don't actually have to go ahead and loot all of the chests in the game to get the shop quests done.
Not the bashful type, is he?
My god. Revenue made 48 bucks. I'm rich.
But I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
Yep, we need all the money. Okay, the viewpoint, I reckon, is over here somewhere. I do like how you can see the traversal of time. With the moon and everything. It's actually really funny, there's like a bug in the game, which I think is tied to V-Sync or something. But sometimes when climbing you can like bug out and then you're like stuck in the air and you're just flying higher and higher. Until you reach like the level of the moon and you can see like the entire city of Rome from where the moon is located. You It did happen to me before, and I think there's also a clip of it somewhere. The deaths of Twitch. That's really funny. Ever played Darksiders 2 Definitive Edition? I haven't yet, actually. I haven't played any Darksider games yet. Are they good? That's another thing they added in the game here. You can always call your horse at any time. And if you decide to steal another horse, for example this one over here, then you would get exactly that horse the next time you whistle. Which means you can even get like a Borgia horse with heavy plate armor to be your horse.
Andiamo!
Crepi Il Lupo. Deliver the letter to Machiavelli nel terme di Traiano. Full sync, don't lose any health. Hey there Grumpy, welcome in. Indeed, yeah, we just gotten started earlier today. Hey there Gigi, welcome in. Good morning. There's a bit of a tricky sync requirement because we're immediately gonna be surrounded by tons of Romulus guards here. So let's see how we do. And there we go. Already have to reset the memory.
Where did these murderers come from?
Okay. That does it. Yeah, I don't know about that Nemesis. I feel like Roger Craig Smith definitely sounds a lot different. That's ridiculous, Grumpy. It definitely can be, I feel like how many people are taking you at the same time. And they will often also take you while you are doing like an animation. So that makes it even trickier, you know, also with like how the camera is sometimes aligned. And you don't see everything around you at all times. Can be a tricky one. Yeah, I think that's all of them. Gigi, today's the day you watch TV and play games and have sushi for lunch. That's excellent, Gigi. Sounds like a very enjoyable day, indeed. What are you playing currently? There we go.
Come from in here.
Our first tomb. Oh, in this game they're not called assassin tombs, they're actually Romulus lairs. Because they're tied to the followers of Romulus, and kind of like ancient cult that tries to live in the ancient ways, I guess, of the founding story of Rome. The Hordes of Nero. Locate the shrine to Romulus. Full sync. Complete the memory within 8 minutes. So I gotta be extra fast here. Definitely is Nemesis. I think Brotherhood has awesome atmosphere. And the soundtrack really adds a lot to it. My opinion. Thinking about downloading Planet Zoo again? Very nice. That sounds like a plan. Have you also been playing Hogwarts Legacy? Ah, hold on. Gotta go up here again. Love that AC1 music here in the tomb. Ah, I gotcha, Kiki. It's definitely fair. He seems to be really in love with the game, isn't he? I don't blame him, because it does look really good. Can't wait to play it myself eventually. How to rank this AC compared to the other Assassin's Creed games? Well, I would say gameplay-wise it's actually definitely one of the better ones. I think especially the way they added to the side content. It's really like shaped what Assassin's Creed games have kind of like evolved into eventually. Story-wise, it's not necessarily one of my favorite ones, but I do think it has really strong moments for sure. Both for modern day and also for Ezio, in what like how he's becoming a mentor and everything is pretty well done. But for me, Brotherhood is more of a game that I enjoy for the gameplay, the setting. And there's like other stories that I like much more in the series. So for me it would kind of like land in the middle field, I guess, of Assassin's Creed games. But it isn't one of my like favorites. Yeah, that's true. Sea shanties makes everything better, in my experience. Citizen? Ava Aura? Welcome in. Okay, let's see where we have to go here. Well, so my personal favorite story is still AC2 and Origins. But that's also because I really like, origin stories, or like how things got started, you know. In AC2, the story of Ezio, which of course has become the most prominent protagonist in the series, and such an iconic character. And if it wasn't for the success of AC2, and how well received it was, we wouldn't have, free games with Ezio.
Now I have a way back up in case I fall.
The AC2 definitely, and I do think also Origins was absolutely fantastic with Bike as a protagonist. I think he's such an amazing character. And yeah, he deserves all the credit that he's getting. And I do also love how they handled the whole origin of the Assassin Brotherhood story. And the setting is fantastic. I do love Egypt. But yeah, my favorite or top 3 would be AC2 followed by AC Origins. And then honestly would be difficult for me. I don't really have a top 3, I only have a top 2 to be honest. And multiple games would get the same spot, I guess.
Perfect. A route up if I fall.
Perfect. Ben. Definitely does have spooky vibes, aura for sure. One thing I love with this game is how dark a lot of the soundtrack is and the atmosphere. Because Evo is lurking around every corner. Okay, I'm gonna have a look real quick how much time I've left. Because I gotta finish this within 8 minutes. I got 1 minute left here, so I can still loot a couple chests. Screw of Romulus #1. I leave my family's armor here, one of the finest sets ever made. May you who find it receive strength in battle. Change of handwriting. We've taken it and set it back, behind the iron door. 6 keys unlock it, spread amongst our brothers. It shall be said to come from Romulus, and they will worship it. And there it is. The armor of Brutus. And Brutus, of course, is another reference to Origins, actually, which we just talked about, because he's gonna be one of the guys stabbing Caesar at the end. Including Aya, aka Amunet, which already has received a statue in the sanctuary beneath Monteriggioni. That's fair, Nemesis. Odyssey definitely had lots of choices, but I guess you could have kind of like chosen more for like, you know, cast outs and that kind of like stuff. But thankfully there's like lots of mods for Odyssey, so you can really like change the way you look in lots of different ways. Alright, Ezio, you are destroying ancient history. Ancient writing. From the Old Kingdom. But in one of your annual AC2 runs, you had a challenge where one aspect was in tombs, you had to do them in under 8 minutes. You used your phone's timer to make sure you had something to tell you once 8 minutes was up. That's actually a cool idea, you know. And I reckon there's definitely some tricky ones to get done in under 8 minutes. But that's a really cool idea to kind of like add that as like an additional challenge. Would be cool if there was kind of like a bot for Twitch that would kind of like give you like a timer in the chat or something. I'm sure there's something like that too. Oh yeah, I bet Nemesis. The new games have been looking fantastic on like bigger screens. Do we see the statue of Aya in this game? In this game we do, yeah, because in the modern day we're actually in the sanctuary where the statue is located, and we also have been there at the start of the game when Ezio escapes from Monteriggioni. But the first time we see the statue of Aya is actually in AC2, when we get introduced to Monteriggioni and the villa and all its secrets. We also see Darius's statue from Odyssey. Always wanted to ask why that isn't in the sound bit list. Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom. It's always something I planned on putting in as a sound bit, but then I never really did. However, there's definitely a clip that I created from my last Origins playthrough, where that was like recorded, and I could kind of like make a sound bit out of it from there. You could do a timer overlay in stream elements. That's true. Yeah, maybe something like this, you know. I guess that's not an option for Rod, because Rod is usually streaming through the Xbox app. But yeah, like if you're streaming from like a laptop or something, then that could definitely work quite well. Does the statue look like Aya in Origins? It doesn't really look like her in the main game. However, later on in the Hidden Ones DLC, she has like a bit of a changed look, right? And that look looks really similar to the statue in AC2. Which makes sense, right? Because that's kind of the moment she became an assassin herself. And that's how she kind of got remembered. But one thing that's very different is that she doesn't have a snake. She doesn't have like a pet snake or something. So that's kind of like added to this statue, I guess. Yeah, Nemesis. I guess it's better not to buy anything day one, unless you're like really convinced of it. Or have done enough research. But ultimately, you know, I think developers definitely have to deserve people buying the game. And some people are definitely putting too much trust in how certain developers are handling releases. On the servers where you first thought of the phrase crook mode, you were struggling and you said you wish you could just go crook mode and get this done. That's fair. I mean, you know, I've done this mission like so many countless times that at some point you just have like muscle memory of these levels, you know like what to do when and what to consider in what moments, you know, to kind of like not lose too much time. But I can tell you the first couple of times I did this mission, I didn't get the 8-minute timer either. And it took me many tries to get to that, to get it done. So crook mode just often stems from like, you know, doing things over and over and over and over. Absolutely, Aura. Yeah, it was a really cool kind of like reference to that statue with the Hidden Ones DLC. I think that DLC is actually really, really underrated. Essentially, it's like, yeah. That's why the crook mode also has these mad looking eyes, you know. But yeah, coming back to this armor, it's kind of like similar to Altair's armor in the sense of it's part of like the tombs, you know, and it's also unbreakable, I believe. However, Altair's armor looks a lot better, that's for sure.
The followers of Romulus. This band of false pagans has been terrorizing the city for months and driving the people into the arms of the church.
Quite convenient.
Exactly. I believe the Borgia are supporting them, but proof remains scarce. That is why the letter is so important.
Here it is. I hope you can break a cipher.
Cazzo! Another encryption. This one was supposed to be legible. They are transmitting them using a code sheet. Without it, we have nothing.
Sometimes logic is not the only way to win a war. Andiamo. You said we had allies in the city. Bring me to them.
Follow me.
But you just remembered the Lair of Romulus with a priest you have to chase. If you throw him over the edge, you get a little scene before he dies. Oh, really? That's really cool. Thank you for telling me, dude. I usually try to kill him as quickly as possible, because there's also a timer on that mission, isn't there? But if I have enough time, then I definitely gotta make sure to trigger that. Because yeah, I'm actually not sure if I've ever done it. Pardon me, if I've ever done that before, with that mission. Kind of like try to throw him over the edge to trigger another like cutscene. That's a cool rod, you know? Like finding that out by accident.
We recently began traveling through the tunnels to avoid the guards, but many of the entrances in the city are broken. By using them, we can get to our destination rapidly without encountering resistance.
Makes you kind of like wonder what else you might be missing, you know, by not doing things a certain way in missions.
Ben trovato, Nicolò. Ah, Ser Ezio. A pleasure. Fabio Orsini, at your service. I've heard a great deal about you from my cousin, Bartolomeo d'Alviano.
A fine warrior.
Fabio has lent us an unused storeroom on Isola Tiberina.
I know you were used to better accommodations in Toscana.
It is perfect.
Bene. Then I am off to begin preparations for Romagna. Today, Cesare commands my men, but soon, I hope we will be free.
Now I propose we begin planning our assault on the Borgia.
Oh, you think we are ready for such an attack?
Si.
Do you know, for instance, where the Borgia troops took Caterina Sforza?
What?
Are you also unaware that the Borgia have captured the Apple of Eden?
How could we have lost the apple?
So, you do not know what goes on with our enemies. Do we at least have an underground here to work with?
Hardly. Our mercenaries are ensnared in a losing battle with Cesare's French allies. We have girls working for us in a brothel, frequented by cardinals and other important Romans. But the madam there is lazy, and would rather attend parties than further our cause.
What about the city's thieves? Do they have a guild?
Si, but they refuse to talk to us. I don't know why. What are you going to do?
Make some friends.
And there we go. That is the end to sequence 2. So many achievements. Sequence 3. The Fighter, the Lover, and the Thief. Okay, so before I do continue here with the main story, I want to go out of the Animus, because it's gonna be some dialogue and also new emails we can read up on. Then I can also showcase the statue of Amulet again.
Get up slowly.
But here are the statues of the various assassins. And this is the one for Amunet, aka Aya. Then we also have Darius from the Legacy of the First Blade DLC. The user, or the first user of the Hidden Blade. Or should I say first recorded user. Yeah, the Bloody Baron quest has like so many different outcomes depending on what you do when. It's actually crazy. That's still one of my absolute favorite storylines in The Witcher 3. Buns of Steel. Ubisoft always love the puns. They sure do. Ava Donna. Check your email. Weird add-on in this game. Desmond is trying to save a word, but first I have to check my email. I mean, it's very important. You gotta stay up to date.
Hey, what's the matter you, Altair?
That's racist.
You're racist.
Really? This is what you guys are doing?
Oh no, God forbid I take a break. I've only spent the past 3 fucking weeks inside that machine.
No, you're right. Let's all just screw around while the world falls to pieces.
Hey, this isn't easy, you know.
Right, like we're all on vacation out here?
Enough! Look, everyone's under a lot of pressure. But we're the only ones who can stop Abstergo, so we need to keep it together.
She's right. We need to be a hive mind, people.
Anybody up for some reconciliatory yoga? Anyone?
Very funny, guys.
That's racist. You're racist. That reminded me, Gisek, when you said that. I should probably trigger that cutscene. Thanks for posting the picture, Rod. Yeah, it's so cool seeing how accurate it is to the depiction of a statue, you know. Yeah, it's really a pity what we've done with Darius, you know, because that was like literally the DLC I was getting so excited for. You know, because I thought, okay, now Odyssey is actually gonna become like an Assassin's Creed story or something. But then they just made it about like bloodlines and Cassandra having to have a child and all that bullshit from the DLC. It was barely about the blade at all, you know. That escalated quickly. Surely. Yeah, let's read up the emails here. Did someone say yoga? Yeah, that yoga scene in GTA 5. It's still so damn funny. Yeah, if only Rod right. If only there was a sequel to Origins instead of Odyssey. Okay, so we have an email from Rebecca Crane regarding MP3 player. Hey guys, I can't find my MP3 player, the little black one. Let me know if you see it. I have trouble sleeping without my tunes. Rebecca. So what we don't know yet, but the reason why she needs the MP3 player is because Desmond is actually screaming in his sleep. Because he's having like nightmares and the bleeding effect taking over. So that's the reason she needs kind of like something to distract her from Desmond screaming, essentially. And an email from Erudito. Access. Make sure you stay in the loop. Guy Fawkes 23, Snowmass 84, and Juno 57. So Erudito is kind of like an assassin affiliated hacking network team. They're not part of the assassins, but they often assist the assassins or work with them. And here they kind of like give us the passwords for Sean with Guy Fawkes, Snowmass for Rebecca, and Juno for Lucy. Which is already foreshadowing a little bit how Lucy and Juno will be connected later on. But there's Snowmass, of course, being a reference to Rebecca's love for snowboarding. And Guy Fawkes for, you know, Sean's nature of being associated with, like, whistleblowers. You know, since the Guy Fawkes mask is often associated with Anonymous. But Guy Fawkes was also somebody who, of course, went against the government and tried to sabotage it. And Sean is doing something very similar. Child she doesn't even ever mention again. Yeah, Aura. It's also completely irrelevant to have a child or to secure the bloodline because Cassandra is literally living for over 2000 years. So her bloodline is secured, you know. But it would have been better if Darius on his deathbed gave the hidden blade to a son or daughter he had, and that's how it began. It journeyed from him to Cleopatra to Aya and ultimately Bayek. Yeah. Yeah, they really should have handled it differently, you know, because I don't really like this whole like family approach, because when Aya actually talks about the hidden blade, she says she got it from Cleopatra, right? And she talks about Darius as in he's somebody famous who assassinated a tyrant, but not in terms of like he's like my great-great-grandfather from like ages ago. So yeah, like it's really difficult, you know, if you would have kind of like a family tradition, because Cleopatra did give it to Aya. I just really wish they would have handled it like completely different in the DLC, you know. I think it would have honestly been better if Bayek would have been an ancestor to that bloodline than Aya. Because at least you would have kind of like that logical overlay of like, okay, yeah, they're both the Eagle Bearer, right? They both have like that kind of like eagle vision. And they also, of course, have very similar abilities overall. At least gameplay wise. So yeah. It would have been the more logical connection there for me. But there's so many things you can question with the Legacy of the First Blade, you know, it's just mistakes everywhere in how they structure the story. What did she email them? They're in the same room? Yeah. Maybe so everybody can read it once they have the time to. But who knows? I haven't finished Alan Wake yet. I'm about halfway through now. I have 3 chapters finished. And another 3 still to go. Yeah, there you go, Donna. So that's what this email is about. Because now we can also access, now that we read it, we can access the other email networks as well from Lucy, Sean and Rebecca. Then we have a weekly schedule. It's basically anime session every day except for Sunday. But only in rare cases, you know. If Desmond would be up for it, they would also do an anime session on Sunday as well. And there's also gonna be a team breakfast as prepared by royal chef Sean Hastings on Friday, so that's something to look forward to. Then we have Rebecca. Yeah, Aura, exactly, you know. I think Cassandra's existence is just a massive flaw in the universe of Assassin's Creed, you know. The fact she's been there the whole time for every other AC game, you know, and that we have like no sign of her. It's just ridiculous in a way, you know. What I find even more ridiculous is how she's kind of like supposed to be super wise and well-traveled and stuff. Then she still only talks about ancient Greece and Marcos and Phoebe and stuff, you know, like if you would be living for multiple hundreds of years, you know, and, you know, characters like Phoebe and Marcos just wouldn't be of that great of an importance. I mean, Phoebe I would get, you know, because Phoebe was still kind of important to Cassandra and she lost her when she was very young, but like other characters from a time period, you know, I'm like kind of like, seriously, that's like all you want to talk about, you know? You should have met so many different characters from different cultures, you know? But yeah, she's still wearing that Greek armor and like, you know, Viking age conquest of England and saying Malacca everywhere she goes, you know? She's just straight out of Odyssey and thrown into the time period of Valhalla. It hasn't changed at all. And it really stands in contrast to something that we can observe in the modern day of Black Flag, for instance, when we listen to Desmond's recordings. Because Desmond feels similar, right? Desmond feels like he has lived hundreds of years visiting different ancestors. And it makes him kind of like pessimistic and cynical about the world, you know, seeing like different time periods and living different lives and realizing that society and the people in power have barely changed throughout the years. And it's a very like logical conclusion for what he has seen. When you have like Cassandra and you don't feel like she has lived multiple years at all, you know. Just not any like convincing to me. Exactly right, you know. It's really like they want to make Cassandra kind of like the most important character ever created, you know. And it just doesn't work. Yeah, definitely Aura. Kind of a reason why I don't really want to play the Legacy of the First Blade anymore. Even though it had like such good potential with Darius. But in the movie Highlander, as Connor lives through one time to the next, he kills off whoever he was and then moves somewhere else with a new name. And in Highlander, after his first wife dies, every year for hundreds of years, he always lights a candle for her birthday. Interesting. That's something I still have to see, actually, that movie. Exactly, Aura, you know, like that's like 1,000 years of living. And she's still so obsessed with, you know, ancient Greece. Okay, let's start in the beginning here. Rebecca to Lucy regarding Desmond. Hey Luz, Desmond was screaming pretty loud in his sleep yesterday. It's getting worse. I don't know if you heard it too, but I thought I'd let you know. Rebecca. Lucy answers, I did hear it, but there's not much we can do until we've reached our goal. I know it's awful, and I hate doing this to him, but it's necessary. Thanks, though. Lucy. Yogurt. I had 2 yogurts in the mini fridge as of this morning, and now they're gone. I'm hungry and annoyed, so who took them? Lucy. Sean says, Lucy, I'm supremely disappointed that you would make such allegations of your dedicated staff. This accusation is unjust, unfounded, and frankly, rather insulting. Sean. That was definitely Sean. Rebecca answers, Sean ate both of them. I know because he asked me if I wanted one. Rebecca. Lucy says, thanks, Becca. Sean, you're on cleanup for the next week. Lucy. Jesus, you gotta hate Lucy, right? If that's how she reacts to like you taking a yogurt, you know, it's like, you gotta do cleanup for the entire next week now. It's like a super strict pain in the ass parent or something. Sean says, this just in, Rebecca is a Templar. Also, Sean says regarding the MP3 player that he found it. Nice. Okay, that's everything here. Let's go to Sean's email network. But definitely recommend for sure. It can be cheesy and over the top, but it has a really cool dramatic aspect to it. Also has humor as well. Sean Connery and Clancy Brown are also in it too. Very nice. I don't mind cheesy over the top, you know, if there's like other aspects that can really like justify it or kind of like make up for it. But yeah, thanks for recommendation, dude. He took both yogurts. You can't imagine they have a ton of food on hand. That's true, I mean, they do kind of like have to stay under the radar, so they can't get out of in the streets too often. Such adults. Yeah, the most mature adults. Okay, nothing new here in Sean's email network. Ignore the terrible secrets though. That's good to know. I will. Yeah, secrets are definitely a hit or miss often. That's for sure. Okay, nothing new here. Okay, yeah. That is all of the emails. Let's go ahead and talk to the guys.
You still managing the teams out in the field?
No phone line. Rebecca's working on patching us into the network.
So how's it feel letting the lady do all the work?
She's no lady.
Hey!
Rebecca very offended here.
Why do we have to stay down here all day?
Abstergo's still looking for us. It'd be better if we never went out at all, but then we'd run out of supplies.
It's like being in a cave during a rainstorm.
Yeah, well, knowing the Templars, monsoon season's about to arrive.
Ask if there's any yogurt. Yeah, we should ask Lucy if there is. Tease her a little bit. Imagine the conversations between Sean and Rebecca as a married couple. That would be so funny. The way Sean would be teasing Rebecca like all day long. Teasing her for drinking dirty mint water. Elaine, you're really starting to miss this? The nostalgia hits hard. Absolutely. This game really hits the nostalgia for me too. You did, Donna? You're welcome.
Everything all right?
I don't like being stuck underground with them out there looking for us.
You're doing a great job. We're safe here.
But for how long? Vidic won't give up. I know it.
Neither will we. You ever use the Animus?
Your ancestors have such interesting lives. I went in once. It was pretty lame.
Yeah, what were you? Some kind of spinster, probably.
Worse, a Prussian mercenary. I spent hours firing guns. Boring!
Yeah, guns are for sissies.
I agree. Melee is the way to go.
You think we're safe here?
I'm more concerned with the other assassins out there. If Abstergo stumbles onto information about the temples, we could have a disaster on our hands.
The only people alive who've heard of the temples are here in this room.
For now, and who knows, maybe they're listening to this conversation and you just gave everything away.
You brought them up first.
You are paranoid, Desmond.
Ah, well played.
Yeah, I'm sure Sean isn't paranoid at all.
You know I love talking about this stuff, Desmond, but we have work to do now. My work requires attention, Desmond. You know I love talking about this stuff, Desmond, but we have work to do now.
It does, alright, yeah. Imagine doing that like all day. I'd rather not go in the Animus for that.
I'm kind of busy here.
And then imagine like the bleeding effect of those memories, you know.
Gotta stay with the code. Focusing on this. We'll talk later.
Right, so seems like that's all from modern day dialogue and emails we have currently available. However, there's another thing we can do here.
Make sure you're back before dawn. There's an earpiece and a watch.
These?
Yes, take them with you.
Then we can explore Monteriggioni during the night. And there's even some stuff we can collect as well. Kind of like items that remind us of AC2 and characters we have met there. Just gotta find where Aved is. Aria's feather chest. 1 out of 5 artifacts. There's 4 more we can find here. Yeah, there's like a 10-minute timer for modern day, and you gotta be back until then. But not those dungeons. Yeah, the only way to check the time in the dungeons is by looking in the main menu. It will tell you how much time is left there. It was also a conscious decision not to kind of like stress people doing these missions too much. I also know plenty of people who are like really stressed out by having a timer displayed. But at least you can, you know, check. Oh, there's another item. At least you can check on the time in the menu. It's your boat. Then we have Mario's sword. We can go into the church. We have the Medici cape, aka the pepperoni pizza cape. And the last one is essentially at the entrance to the sanctuary. We gotta make sure not to go too far, otherwise you trigger the cutscene to go back into it instead of picking up the item. That's what I meant. Let us stand the edge here and then pick a Claudia's record book. And there you go. It's 5 out of 5 artifacts collected. Now we even have them displayed down here. Pretty cool. But yeah guys, that is gonna be everything we will do for today. Because I wanna start fresh into the next sequence in the next stream. And really dive into it properly instead of just doing like 1 or 2 missions more. But yeah, I'm really glad with the progress today. Getting the first 2 sequences done. Didn't get to add any detections yet of a playthrough. But that was also because there were like lots of combat scenarios and like force ones too, right? So I didn't really get to use too much stealth in the early stages of the game yet. But yeah, I'm sure starting with the next stream we're gonna increase the counter quite a bit. So yeah, there's gonna be plenty of detections incoming. But so far I've had 9 detections for AC1. And then 43 for AC2. So I reckon this game might even be more. But then again, it's also a bit shorter than AC2, so who knows? Who knows? No worries, Aura. Thank you for being here and for joining us. No worries, Rod, too. Thank you so much for being here too, and for the raid earlier. And for the GGs as well. Definitely fortunate, you know, that there are like so many forced combat scenarios that didn't really have to worry about any stuff. But yeah, next time we're gonna get plenty of missions. The AI might be a bit better programmed to allow for fair detection system. I really hope I can use like more air assassinations without getting, you know, that like millisecond detections, or like people super far away all of a sudden detecting me, you know. I would say at least 15 of my detections in AC2 have been kind of like because of bullshittery. But it can happen, I guess, and it's part of the deal.
I'm busy right now.
Having to live with it.
My work requires attention, Desmond. We don't have time for chit-chat. You know I love talking about this stuff, Desmond, but we have work to do now.
Indeed. But yeah, for now, let's go ahead and quit here. And let's move over there. But yeah, I want to thank you all so much for coming by today and for joining me for the start of our AC Brotherhood Stealth and All Mission Objective Challenge. We're gonna come back to this most likely on Monday to carry on and really dive into Sequence 3 and unlock the Brotherhood system and all that. And yeah, then on Tuesday we will be playing more Alan Wake. I do intend on finishing probably at least another 2 chapters. So yeah, Alan Wake we might actually be able to finish next week. Then I have to think about what game is to replace Alan Wake. Haven't decided yet, but I will think about it this weekend. And then already set something up that can replace Alan Wake. So before we go out and find ourselves a raiding target, I want to give a couple shoutouts to some fellow streamers that I would recommend you to check out if you're looking for more AC content especially. We have Rod, who's a massive fan of the AC games, who's also currently playing through the series with the Ezio games. And yeah, he's been doing also various challenges. With AC1 he's been doing no HUD challenges, collecting all the flags, collecting all the feathers in AC2, and yeah, he's also been known for doing no death challenges, like he's just been doing today with Shadow of the Tomb Raider, trying to play through the entire game without dying even once. So if you're looking for more like challenge and in-depth story playthroughs, go ahead and check out Rod. Also check out Maxi as well. Maxi's also doing a serious playthrough, but he's a bit further advanced currently. Right now he's on to Syndicate. And playing that on the PS5, now that the lighting bugs have been fixed for that version. He's also playing Yakuza Like a Dragon as well currently. So yeah, if you want to check out that, check out Maxi too. And also check out Ronnie. Ronnie just recently finished Assassin's Creed Chronicle China and has also played most of the games in the series at this point. Every now and then you can catch him play like a random game in the series, but he's also really into Rockstar games like GTA, Red Dead Redemption, and many more. So yeah, definitely go ahead and check out Rod, Maxi and Ronnie if you haven't yet. Yeah, I think today we're gonna go and raid to Lucinda. She's playing some Fallout 4. It's her last day of the game. Playing vanilla without any DLC or mods. And then tomorrow she's gonna be starting her Resident Evil marathon. Nice.
May you walk the land of the Duat.
Jesus. Set it down the bike. I don't wanna die just yet. No worries, Rod. More than happy to give you a shout out as well. I hope you have a great AC weekend too. I guess you're gonna be starting Brotherhood as well, right? This weekend? Bike from SeaWorld. You gotta love to see him. No worries, Misty. Thank you for being here too. Glad that you've enjoyed it and that you decided to buy Brotherhood. I hope you have a great time with this awesome game. Catch you next time too, Eline. Thanks also again Gislek for the raid 2 earlier. And Bishop Dragon, thank you for the bits. And Danny and Ronnie, thank you guys also for the resubs today as well. But yeah, for now though, let's go ahead and raid over to Lucinda. If you wanna follow us for the raid, as always you can copy and paste these raid emotes if you like. Ah, very nice, Rod. Very, very nice. Hopefully I will be able to catch some of that tomorrow. That awesome ending. Cheers, Gislek. And yeah, I totally forgot, here's also a shout out to you as well. For anybody that wants to check out Gislek, he's also playing the AC games very often. He's also been playing some Ghost of Tsushima. And he's also started the remaster reboot of Pharaoh, the old strategy game from the late 90s. So definitely check out Gislek as well, if you haven't before. But yeah, now we're gonna go right out over to Lucinda. So I will catch you there. And hope everybody's having a good rest of your day and night or morning, wherever you are. I'll catch you soon.